Good afternoon. I was just having some Skittles. Right. Hopefully I've switched all my microphone and stuff over. Yeah, looks like I've done it right. Okay, today. Today we're celebrating International Women's Day, which is March 8th. And I thought I would theme it towards motorsport, because that's my thing. So today, I thought I would emulate some things of the past. So if you have any idea of past, I just need to find the thing that I was looking for. I don't actually have it prepared. Got to go find it, unfortunately. So, as far as Formula 1 is concerned, there is a driver that is, would you call them legendary? They are kind of legendary because they're the only one, the only woman that scored championship points in Formula 1, called Lella Lombardi. And I was looking up her stats and stuff, and trying to find if I had like the very similar cars and tracks in various sims and stuff, and I've been able to find a few. Some of them aren't available, so I will show you this actually. Let's see. I've made a spreadsheet because if you know me, you know I like lists. Let's have a look. So, there we go. Let's make it a little bigger so we can see what we're doing. So, Lella Lombardi competed in 3 seasons, not 4 seasons, of Formula 1. Back in probably some of the most dangerous times in 1975, where drivers were dropping like flies here, there, and everywhere. So she did 1 round in 1974 for a team called the Allied Polymer Group. In a Brabham BT42. Now, I've got pictures and stuff. I've been doing a little bit of research for this because obviously if I'm going to paint something, I want to know what the cars look like. So she competed in round 10 of the championship. I think this one is a do not qualify, I think. I can't remember. But in 1974, she was actually doing the Formula 5000 races. So she did a whole season of Formula 5000. Various venues in the UK and a couple that were international. But I've had a look up the car that was driving in 1974, which was I think it was a Lola 330. I haven't been able to find a mod for that. I might be able to change a mod to look like a Lola 330, but I'm not too sure yet. So, in 1975, she drove for March Engineering, Lavezza March, and Frank Williams Racing Cars. So her scoring round was actually in her second round of the 1975 championship, so round 4, which was Mondrick Park. Unfortunately, it was only half points because they had to stop the race before half distance because of quite a major accident, which is a bit of a shame. But I've listed all of these races and tried to find kind of like the equivalent tracks in the sims that I've got. So I've worked at 1 and I've worked at 2 mainly. But there is a couple of good mods for Automobilista. The first one. Unfortunately, Automobilista does actually have all 3 of her cars, I believe. and I was able to figure out how to get her first car into Automobilista 2 as well. She ran the number 208. But yeah, so I have collected some pictures. If I try and find the question is, where did I leave them? Oh yes, because I was painting, so it'd be in the paint shop. There we go. Right. There we go. So that's the FW04. So she did race once for Frank Williams. I think that was either a do not qualify. Have heard that was a bit of a dog, that car. Just going to get her stats up on my other screen. Yeah, so that was in the USA. I don't know what Grand Prix that was. Watkins Glen, 1975. That was a do not start. Thinking about it, 1975. That wasn't Jackie Stewart's retirement, was it? No. Because I've been viewing some of the older races, so I kind of know a little bit. So that's the FW04. That's the Lavazza Racing. That's the March either 751 or the 761. I cannot remember. So that's the. I didn't date that one, so I don't know. But I don't think that's actually Lella in it. I keep calling her Layla. It's not Layla. It's Lella. So that's the Brabham BT42. She raced once, I believe. There is Lella. And that's the Lola. That's the Lola, the Formula 5000 racing car. So it's like the pits of Monza there. And it's quite a cool looking car. With quite an imaginative airbox here. So I kind of like the 70s because of just the way, just the imaginative nature of it. They were thinking a bit outside the box. It was around the time that they were thinking a lot more about aerodynamics and things like that. And obviously having to look at the cooling for the brakes there. That's quite major down the bottom. But very interesting scoops right beside the driver there. There's the BT42 again. That's the March 741. That's in South Africa in 1975. Yep, that's definitely Kyle Army. See the major airbox here. Look at the wing at the back. It does look like the Brabham BT42, but that is actually the March 751. So some of the machines turned out very, very similar. They were all going for the high airbox in the mid-1970s. There's the March 751. That one's actually in the race that she scored half points for 6th place. So kind of cool. So that might be the one that we are able to paint. Although I think it is the March 761 that we have in our Factor 2. But I'll have to see whether it's actually painted already for us, or whether we can paint it ourselves. That's the same one. And another one. That's Anderstorp in Spain. Look at the size of the rear tyres. Absolutely huge compared to the fronts. That looks like it's Silverstone. Just plonk an airbox on top of the engine. It'll be fine. What's the worst that can happen? That's Austria, 1975. I mean, look at the weird and wonderful efforts they were putting in to give some aero. I don't know what this extra wing on the front of the front wing is about. Obviously, manufacturing of these things was a little different back then. Having to just try anything. So that's the 761. So that's the one we might be able to paint. It's quite simple, really. There it is again. So that's Brazil in 1976. But when you look at it like that, the rear tyres, the amount of power that was going through those rear tyres and those small front wheels, it's amazing that these things actually steered. It was all on the throttle, wasn't it? It was not... you can't think that they did much apart from steering with the rear wheels. So they take a completely different driving style to anything else. But, nuts. So, 1976. So that's the BT44B. So the BT44B was for ram racing with Lavazza. I haven't found a... well... If that is the BT44B, it looks a lot different to the BT44, I tell you. It looks nothing like that, so it changed from quite significantly. That's the Mark 701. I haven't dated that one. I think that's 1975. And that possibly looks like South Africa. There's the BT42. There's our Lola 330. So she was lining up in... I don't know where that was. I mean, by the look of the banners and things like that, it might be somewhere in Britain. So this could be Mallory Park or Alton Park. So she did race for the Shell Sport Luxembourg team. But I love the scoops. I just find that fascinating. And we might try and recreate this in game today. I don't think we're going to get anywhere close. Is the model car of 1975, I think. And that's it. That's all I got. So there's a couple of places that I can race today. I thought, I don't know if it was a great idea. I thought that I could do a 100% race today. And try and recreate her racing at Montjuic Park. But it'd be 75 laps at Montjuic Park in a what I assume is going to be a March. Yeah. So March 751. So I don't technically have a 751. I don't know. Although I do in Automobilista, but that doesn't capture very well in VR. So I don't know. But yeah. So that's what we're going to try and do today. We're going to do some car painting. We're going to do a little bit of racing. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. For first, what I might do, so I just need to take care of some business behind the scenes. Right. What am I looking for? I'm looking for R factor 2 here. So there's a oh bollocks! I didn't open the Steam first. Is that really going to cause a problem? Try that again. So how are we all today? Are we well? Are we good? I noticed that I've got to get my Allen keys out because my clutch pedal, the plate for my clutch pedal is actually falling off. I didn't notice that until yesterday. I mean, it's not like I use my clutch that often, so I don't know how it decided to come loose. Maybe it was getting jealous of the other two pedals. I don't know. So I tried looking for the F5000 in R Factor 2, but it's not the correct year. But the fact that this is a custom 70s mod, you are kind of capable of making a customized car. Hello, Denise. How do? So we could try and find a way to make this formula. I mean, it does have like certain side pods from certain series, but I don't think that it's got a Lola 332, which looks very similar with the two big air scoops in there. But that's probably as far as we go. Interesting. But I'd have to look at the I'd have to look at this to. So it's got a rear wing, which is. Let's see if we can go back to the beginning. I was actually going to create a series with this mod because all of this stuff here, all these parts and things, they are purely visual. I was planning on actually making it so that the parts actually had an effect. Now, I'm not a physics guy. I don't know how to do car physics at all. I know that the tyres do make a difference. They've got different tyre files, so you can actually select Dunlops, Goodyears, Firestones. So, and they do have different properties. I'd imagine they're not really that different, but so I had the idea of, I can do via what's called upgrades, which is just kind of plonking on top some changes to an existing mod like this. Because I had a bit of a tinker around, had a look around in the engine files, I suppose you'd call them. It's not technically the physics files, because you would probably have to go back to the drawing board in the spreadsheets for that, and I wouldn't know what I'd be looking for. But there's certain types of so if you look at the wings, there's generally like some heavy wings like that, which will give you a lot of downforce, and then you've got smaller wings like this. So I'm currently actually that's a bit better, so we can just see what we're doing. So my idea was that you can actually kind of restrict like setup options per part. So if someone selected this bit, they might have access to the front wing where you could adjust it 1 to 2, and then if maybe you put a medium one on, well, that's not medium really, is it? A medium one, let's say that one, you could say that you've got access to front downforce 2 and 3, or 3 and 4, and then the heavy wing 4 and 5. That was the way I thought about doing it. I mean, you could add mass values as well. I mean, it'd be negligible for these pieces of plastic or carbon fiber. But I mean, what would stop someone just taking all of the wings off, having the lightest car and the less downforce, and just running with it, So yeah, I thought about doing that. So you can have like airbox configurations as well. So that's a March, isn't it? Well, it says a McLaren. No, that says a BT44. That's an M16 McLaren. Ferrari 76, Ferrari 72. An MS120, whatever that is. Don't ask me what car had this one. No idea. Well, that looks interesting. Now, this mod also has 3 types of engines. Unfortunately, this is purely visual. So you got a Cosworth V8, a Ferrari V12, a Brabham, a BRM P75H16, and a Cosworth V8 SR, whatever that is. So that is purely visual. There's not really a way to like switch sound sets and stuff now that they've moved to a different sound engine. So the way to get around it is to make 3 or 4 cars which have a base engine, and then you just build all the bodywork around it. So yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want a BRM 816? Let's be perfectly honest. So a Shadow DN6B, apparently. That's a March 761 style. Ferrari 72, M23, Till 007, Lotus 72, 312T, BT45. That looks interesting. Not to know, really. I mean, the wing on the back of the Formula 5000 car, the Lola 330. Just trying to find my picture of it now. I'm sure I have a picture of the rear. I don't have a picture of the rear. I have a picture of the front all the time, but not the I haven't done a lot of research. I only found that car yesterday. So I'm not really to know what rear wing it has. But I mean, you can make some weird and wonderful configurations. No, I mean that wing is very, very close to the Formula 5000. Doesn't have any end plates though. Let's go back to the beginning. There are so many. So it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. No. Now it's kind of like that, but that has end plates and it doesn't. The Lola 330 has a bit of the bottom that sticks out, so it's not that either. Nope. Close but no cigar. It actually gets smaller. That's very, very close. No. That might be as close as we'd get. An M23. Although that is close, but I don't think it has an airbox at the front. I think it goes down to a point. I did actually find a Formula 5000 1973 mod. And I looked up the 1973 season, which is the season before Lella competed. And unfortunately, it has every single car in that mod, apart from the one that I was looking for. So I was loyal. No. Fortunately, I still haven't got a picture that shows the front part of the wing. The photographer didn't want to look at the front wing. I mean, it's so close. I don't think it has nostrils. I mean, that is probably the closest. It's the M16. And looking at the airbox, it's possibly going to be the 761 type airbox. Now, the people that did have been adjusting this mod have actually made a USAC F5000 mod, but I can't find the updated files for it. But I don't know if it will have anything similar. I mean, by luck, the mirrors are nearly exactly the right thing. So the mirrors on the Formula 5000 they're on stalks, but these are going the wrong way. They're actually attached to the cockpit. That's probably the closest, but again, it should be like that, but either side and next to the screen. So, I mean, that's probably as close as you're going to get. So you've got the option to, what is it? Is it car body? That's the one. So car body is basically the windscreen. Let's go back to the first one. So it does have a huge windscreen. Not like that. That's probably the one. So windscreen 2 or 3. It's actually more kind of rounded. I don't know if there's going to be one similar. Yeah, I think that's as close as you'll get. Because you can see the steering column on the other one. I think that's probably as close as you'll get to a Formula 5000 type. I can see the rear wing does have 2 struts at the back. I don't know whether there is anything that's remotely kind of too strutty. That's a bit too elaborate. Or is it? No, actually, that might be it. That might be the thing. I don't think it has these veins in there, though. And it's definitely it's high up on the back as well. So it's either the modern style 2 well, it can't be that one, can it? Doesn't really have end plates. Close as you get, I think. I don't even know what tyres it raced on. So all the marches were on good years, but this one I'm not so sure. I mean, you'd not really to know. It doesn't even have tyre markings on the inside of the tyre. Don't know. I don't know. But that's the basis. So the other way of doing it would be I've got where is it? I've got a March 761, which comes with R Factor 2 basically. So this configuration is basically the one we're looking for. So So this one here. So this is the 761. We could paint, but we will put Lavazza on it instead. Now I have looked at the template. I've actually got the template open, and the template shows the Lavazza. Well, it doesn't put the sponsors on it, but it kind of gives a reference to the that it's a coffee brand that's on there. So if I open the fit on screen, so we see that it's basically yellow and blue, which is the Lavazza, but it's got different sponsors on it. So we could adapt this to the Lavazza brand and put that on. So that's not too hard. So I need to find my 1976 pictures now. I mean, it's very similar. Yeah, this bit here would be blue. And we'll put different sponsors on it as well. So I could have a go at that, I think. That shouldn't be too hard. Ooh, ouchie. But first of all, what we've got to try and do is find all the sponsors. Now, I do have like collections of stuff. Because when I do car painting, usually I have a library of logos. So some of them I've already got. So we know for a fact that Champion is in now. I'm very surprised I haven't got a Champion logo. Oh no, there it is. Champion. I don't know if you can notice anything kind of distinct about the playlist that I've chosen today. You probably actually can't hear it because I've turned it down. Yeah. I picked all of the female lead singers in my playlist. Right, Champion is one. I don't have Lavazza. I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced because it's Italian. Goodyear. That's not really what I want, is it? That is, though. I do like a bit of Alicia Keys. So I wonder if this has got a filter on it. Yeah, it does. So champion, Goodyear, Lavazza. Right, so is it Logopedia? No, it's Logo APS. That's what we want. Aha! It is a coffee brand. Back in the day, you would have had to create all this from scratch. It's downloading, apparently. There we go. Okay. Can I edit the smart object? You gonna let me? No, you can open Illustrator. Okay. I thought it was gonna be simple, but no. Right, let's get rid of that. Might as well make it as big as possible in the canvas. And save. What's this? There we go. The beauty of smart objects. Or linked graphics. I like it. So we want to turn that off. So we want to put a color fill on this. And we're going to use that color there. Oh, excuse me. So that's the Lavazza logo. So what I should do is, where's the game? Right, so we're going to create a skin folder for this one. Weirdly, I know this says it's the 761, but when I look at the photographs I've got of the 761 in January, it's different. Which is strange. I mean, when the 751 has got the airbox as well. You sure I've labelled that right? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. But it's got an airbox that's completely different to this one. The airbox is actually the one that's kind of upright. But, right. Now I assume it's in the March folder. Where are you? March. Yeah, March. So I've got a shortcut to that, so I can put the skin in there if I need to. Where are we? I'm going to call this just trying to keep the because I think it's a maximum of 13. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oof. So close. The question is, have I got my DDS installed? I do. Good. Save. Color and alpha, please. BC7. Save. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! I think this particular showroom does make things look super shiny, when in fact they're not. So it's a bit of a darker blue as well. So what I also need, which shouldn't be hard to find, is a French flag. Convert that to a smart object. Because I kind of assumed that Lella Lombardi was Italian. In fact, she might be. That's not a French flag, is it? It looks French. She's Italian. It's not blue, it's green. It's just the The colours are a little bit off. Right, let's try that again, shall we? It would be nice to be able to figure out, because obviously if you see like a photograph, you don't know if it's been adjusted for the light conditions and stuff, because the photo that I'm looking at looks very dark in the blues. So the flag on the side pod, or the side fairing, looks a lot, the blue, well in fact the green of the flag looks blue to me. Or it's either that or it's very, very dark green, which is probably possible. Now, there is a way of doing this so that I can duplicate the smart object. Well, no, I shouldn't, because it's going to be a different way around. That's the only problem. Right, so we're going to replace that font just to be a normal one. It just says Lella. That's all it is. I mean, the font that I've got straight away looks nearly exactly like it. So. So we're going to change that to 0 as well. I think, I mean, it's no doubt going to be the same. It's going to be the same blue, isn't it? So this light blue is going to be that blue. Maybe. Don't know. But these ones specifically are black. I mean, it looks black, but who knows? Oh, it didn't change. Son of a bitch. Don't know. Right, let's turn off all of whatever this stuff is. Weirdly enough, it is number 10. She is number 10 in this. I just wish I was able to line up. Well, it just depends whether. No. It doesn't keep the transform. So that you're able to kind of match the rotation. I mean, there's probably a method for it. It's just I don't know what it is. I wonder whether. Well, let's get rid of these things because they're just going to get in the way otherwise. Wireframe. That's better. That's it. Okay. Right, let's make sure we get the flag the right way around, eh? Right, so champion should go similar. I mean, it's got completely different mirrors, but nah. I have to line it up with. There's one thing that I have like a, what do you call it, a bugbear. I have a certain disdain for people that when they're doing texture work and stuff, they will distort logos, which is a no-no. You don't distort a brand. It's a certain dimension. The logo is a certain dimensions. You don't mess with that. But they're quite happy to kind of say, well, I need to fit this in here, so let's put a champion logo in. No, that's not what you do. That's not how brands work. And I imagine if you were working for a company and you did that to their logo, good luck. completely outside of the brand guidelines, which sometimes can be quite strict. We don't want our logo on this background. Right. Now, question is, have they separated off? We've got the colour base here. I am noticing that all of this stuff I've put in here. Group 2. I don't know if I should. No. Get rid of it for now. It's supposed to be a 10 on the front, I know that. So, I don't know if there's a way to separate this logo. Could I select by color range? Because they're distinct. Did I just sample all of the layers? I'm gonna skip this song because it's crappy. Color range. I mean, it doesn't say it's staying to the same layer, really, but... Might as well just cut the fucking thing out. I was trying to be clever. Don't be clever. Snip. Because I'd imagine I could probably colorize. Although, annoyingly, I don't know if the shading is actually on the... No, it isn't. That's good. I'm glad. Oh, this shouldn't be too hard. I do love the historic stuff. It's just far more interesting than anything else. And I think because I'm watching some of the historic seasons, I basically try to find footage of every Formula One season in whatever form I could find. It was not easy. Because they didn't have any kind of standardized TV broadcasts back then. I mean, I watched what was early 70s Monza Grand Prix. They had one camera on the whole track, and the rest of the broadcast was just footage of someone commentating in the pits. It wasn't the most riveting of broadcasts. You just see what all the cars go by, going yong 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 down the main straight, and then the rest of the lap was someone going, oh, and so and so is doing this, and so is doing that. Not great, but they did get their act together a little. I suppose it may have been Bernie that did it. Because frankly, some of it was just bad. Relying on local broadcasting companies who would only cover their own drivers and stuff. And they forgot that they were actually doing a broadcast for the whole world. There was one race in, I think it was Spain, where the broadcast director, it was either out of France, I can't remember which. Broadcast director would not focus on the right cars, and Mo Walker was getting so pissed off with them because you knew there was battles happening elsewhere, and they always seemed to miss the passing moves for the lead and stuff. But once it got to the late 70s and early 80s, it tightened it up a little. But I'm up to watching 1986. Last Grand Prix I watched was the Spa Grand Prix. Last Grand Prix until 1994 that involved a fatality. Because between the last Grand Prix and the Spa Grand Prix of 1986, Elio De Angelis had a testing accident. And when you read about how lapsed the medical care is, it's really bad. Very, very bad. Probably died because of negligence. But hey ho. Right. So the yellow stuff. I thought I merged those together. Oh, I see, because it was... Yeah, okay. I did merge it together, but because it was hidden. Okay, so... I believe... The front wing's definitely got to be blue, so I've got to subtract this selection out of it. So let's grab that. Oh. Paste in place. We're going to fill it in the foreground colour. So I normally do colour overlays for these things. It's hard to know what shade it actually is, but right, so all of this lot, I'm not sure. So we're going to save a copy again. Save. Reload. So I'm guessing it has a region file then. That's why all the logos are popping up. I don't know why it's still very, very light blue. I don't know if I have any other showrooms. Apparently there's a Silverstone one, which is a lot better. Don't ask me why that blue is so blue. I suppose actually it's that blue because I haven't toned it down. Oh, because I of course because I didn't change it. Yeah, dumbass. Right, so the grey stuff is the rear wing. So I'm going to have to figure out because this flap here on my picture is grey. So right, so that's probably the back of it then. I think like halfway up. Right, so I'm going to exclude all of this from it. Mm-hmm. Now, I normally have a special texture. Sounds quite suspicious, doesn't it? A special texture. It's called a UV grid. That one's too big. That one's too small. What resolution is this? Why is it in millimeters? It's 4K apparently. Right. So put this to the top. Don't put it in the albedo group though. That wouldn't be a good idea. Oh yeah. It is the right size. Right. Okay. So this rear bit is... So I can probably go half of A, B2, C2. A1, B1. So this particularly needs to be blue. So what was it? Half. So it'd be that, won't it? Well, steady on. No, that's not what I wanted to do. that didn't quite work out as planned. So, okay, so the metal there. So we're going to have to take the metal off. But we're going to mask it. But only mask it on these two bits. There we go. Whee! There we go. So what do I want to do? Fill that with white? Yeah, there we go. Hum, 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 hum. Much closer. Right, what we possibly need to do. I don't know whether this is before region files or not. Can't be. Okay, so we're going to save a copy. DDS. Now I believe it's gonna check my. What's the naming? It is underscore region. That's the naming of it. So color, we don't need. Well, I'm going to keep alpha in there. I don't know whether I need alpha. I don't actually have an alpha on this, so that was pointless. Gonna save that. Try that again. Just going to save it as color. There you go. Car paint. Right, so why have I still got the skirt down here? I've done the back end bit there, which is cool. Right, so the airbox. I don't think there's actually any upgrades. The rear wing has still got a metal texture to it. Which doesn't make sense. Gonna keep that. Roughness I'm gonna take out though. I should do it the other way around. So that's the bit we're excluding. Along with this. And then we're taking this out. So if I do that, bollocks. Where's the metal gone? That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, so just taking it, the roughness map off that. Okie dokie. Right, so we're going to move where's my logos? Whoops, daisy. So it's nearly as big as the wing. I mean, it's a different shape of wing, but... Ooh. Now, question is, do we bend it? I've forgotten how. I think I can only warp it if I've selected the vector and not a smart object. So if I select that, bring in as a shape layer, please. I can warp with this one. Top layer style. Paste layer style. Good, yeah. I wonder who Gillian is that she's singing about. Right, so -20. Where's that logo? I see you. Get out of the way. Right, so so all the numbers are actually correct. There are a couple of logos that I can't actually see. Right, so the Lavazza logo. If I can remember where my bloody thing is. I'll probably put this up on Overtake or something when I'm finished. If anyone wants. I mean, it's not dramatically different. So I'm going to have to do side pods. So I'll probably do one side and then I think it's going to be like centered on that. It's actually quite small on the side pod. Because we should just be able to flip it and... Alright, let's... No. It's probably a bit close to the top now. It's looking beautiful though. I'm not sure what this is about. There's some weird shadows going on there. It's B-A... beautiful. Champion can come along, but I still don't know where this bit is. I've got to go find that. But there's a Lavazza logo here. My monitor is flickering then, I don't know why. It's that! I see you now. Right, so I need to take away this and that. Right, so it's... I've got to take away the roughness from it. Right, we're going to bring... bring it down a little. That'll do. Right. Rear wing. So. It's the tip of the rear wing. So that's going to be underneath. Let's put the logos back on. So I assume that this is the end of the front wing here. I mean, I'd imagine that it probably... the yellow goes below here. So what I can possibly do... is mask out the blue. In fact, what I need to do is, if I put the logo in there, then I'll know how big I need to make it. So it was like, it's down the center here, which is about there. So that's the end of the wing. It's about 2/3, which I guess that's about right. Fun fact, this singer, a folk singer called Kate Rusby, my mum and dad were kind of a fan because they like go and see live folk music and stuff. It just so happened that when I was up in college, sorry, I'm trying to get the shade of the thing right. When I was up in college, it just so happened that she was doing a concert in where I was, which was nuts, considering my mum and dad had seen her not long ago, and I was like, oh, she's come to the. I mean, it's not like my hometown, if you see what I mean. It was my college town. But I was able to meet her after the show, and I basically said to her, my mum and dad came to see you a few days ago. And I think she remembered, because I think I think my mum and dad had met her as well. It basically said, my son's going to come to see you at the show up north. I just thought that was kind of funny. Right, so effects, albedo, wireframe off. Let's see how good this is. See, I don't know. I assumed, like, back then they would put like stickers on cars, so you would maybe have like a vinyl a vinyl sponsor sticker. But nowadays, don't they they do like proper vinyl wraps, so it doesn't really make a difference. You wouldn't have like a raised thing, a raised sponsor. Don't know, because I tend, whenever I'm painting cars, I would normally like separate the logos out to put on a separate region. My monitor is flickering every time I come into R-Factor 2. Very odd. Right, that's... It could probably come closer to the 10, but I think that is very close. The Lavazza at the back. It's because the wing is a bit fatter. I would probably be more happy if it was moved up, because the wing is thicker on here than it is on the picture. So I was a big fan of Kim Wilde when I was younger. I mean, I'm a fan now, to be honest. But it's quite funny that she was like, I mean, I don't know what she wasn't like what's the equivalent of a boy band kind of thing. She was like but she's now in her, what, 60s, 50s, 60s? Probably 60s, actually. Because she was probably in her 20s when I was in my teens. But the last time I saw what she was doing health insurance or something, but it just seems to be the thing that you do when you're a pop star from way back. You sell health insurance. Oh, I should have paid attention to the guides on the back there. So that guide was probably telling me that's where the end of the wing is. When you think about it, right? And I imagine that this was prevalent in songs way back. Why everyone is called Baby? Isn't it weird? Isn't a term of endearment for an adult? Don't know. This feels weird. Right, so we've got the Vatsa on the other side. I don't know what the airbox is, because the airbox is blue. I'm assuming it's most of this, but I don't know. That's the wing mirrors. That's very strange. Why is it selecting that as well? Maybe because it's so close. Let's turn the tolerance down. I'm going to take a wild guess at this being the airbox. But I'm going to take this out because that's not part of it. Alright, so I'm going to take a guess as that being the airbox. Where's the group colours? There it is. Save. This is Robin Beck. Did that quite famous tune for the Coca-Cola advert, I think. That's what some way maybe might remember of them. Yeah, so Lavazza probably could come a bit closer to the edge. But I mean, it would start getting distorted, I think. Could maybe come a few millimeters down. Right, so Lavazza either side. That's good. So the airbox, I did get it right, although it's kind of joined to that. I don't know if I can separate that bit off. Because I mean, technically, I think the whole thing under the is really just the airbox that's blue. Yeah, I think this bit here, this bit's yellow. All of this. I just don't know why it keeps selecting it all at the same time. Bit annoying. And the islands are just a bit close. The UV islands, that is. Right, so I'm going to layer via cut. I'm going to clear the layer style. I'm going to use that as a selection. And then I'm going to paste fill. There we go. So, so the airbox has got a couple of streaks across it, and it's got a Goodyear logo in. But it's just dependent on what direction it's going. Such a well-made car. It's beautiful. I'd imagine it's this way. I mean, I'm using a different airbox, so it's not quite accurate. Let's just say that. So this logo has got to fit. Right, so we're gonna follow this line here. It's got a slight curve on it. I went to get my stream snacks that I usually do at the weekend. I'll get some sugary treats at the weekend. I was able to find the special Dr. Pepper limited edition, so I'm going to have that in a minute. I think it's called Summer Crush or something. A friend of mine thought that it was for Valentine's Day, but it's still available, so might as well drink it while it's still there. I'm going to do. Well, that didn't work out very well, did it? We're just going to have to judge it by eye. And then just repeat the selection. Went to see this band for the first time in Brixton Academy. I mean, I'd been a fan of the band for God, since the late 90s. It was such a good gig. And I had a little bit of a kind of a fanboy moment because the drummer from the band, Mark Richardson, keen motorcyclist, which side of this goes? Maybe a keen motorcyclist, and whilst I was doing my speedway fundraising, he followed me on, I think it was Instagram, and I was having a bit of a moment. It was very cool. And I mean, I don't tend to get kind of enamored with celebrity culture or anything like that, but I just thought that was really cool. Now I think, looking at the logo here, it has a black and white stroke around it. I mean, it's going to have to be that to even be. I'm going to do it outside. Copy layer style, paste layer style. Now there is a logo here, but I can't see it. I don't know what it is. It's just some random sticker. Same. Okay, so there's a logo here that's not visible. I'll delete that one. Because everything in here is to do the region file. We're going to move all of this to the logos group. There we go. So let's put that orange. I mean, it's nearly there. I would imagine that I may have put the thing on the airbox correctly. I don't know why all the pictures that I've got are a different airbox. It's the same car, but they're using a different airbox in the pictures I've got. I mean, admittedly, thinking about when Lella did run the 761. Let's have a look at my. So she only drove the 761 once in Brazil. So obviously the 761 earlier in the season was different. She never ran any of the remaining. Well, at least it's not written on the. It's not written on the results. So she did the first round. I don't know what. So she was probably doing like sports car racing in 1976. So she took part in round 1. She missed round 2 to 8, and then she came back with Ram Racing in 1976 with rounds 9, 10, and 11. She didn't qualify for the British Grand Prix or the German Grand Prix, but she qualified for the Austrian Grand Prix, and that was her last Formula 1 race. She finished 12th. And I mean, it's pretty amazing, really, when you think about it. In the era where it was probably the most dangerous. Now I'm looking at the picture here. It's a Getty Images picture. And I'm looking at the. I was looking at the helmet. Her helmet is a bit different in this one. But when you look at through the visor, you can kind of tell that it is her. I think the symbol at the top on the airbox looks like it might be an FIA symbol, something like that. Oh yeah, I've got to bring the Lavazza logo down a bit. I'm wondering if that actually is her. The wing mirrors are black. So we're going to change those. So I believe the wing mirrors. So there is like a couple of wires. So I wonder what the wires are. If you can see like the these things up here, so you can see these here. I don't know what those are, but I'd imagine that these bits here are the wing mirrors, but I don't know what that little wire bit is. Right. Wireframe. Let's get rid of that. Put the blue in. I keep forgetting the keyboard control for switching colours. It's X. Right. So we've got to take down the Lavazza logo. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. Alright. So that's saved. That's a bit better. I don't know if the Roning logo here, I don't know if that's actually a real thing. What was the other thing I need to do? So it did work. Oh, it's the wing mirrors. I accidentally changed them blue. I should have been changing them black. You silly ass. But you never really want to change something to. I don't get this. I can't. What I want to be able to like say, create a shade of grey. You know. But I can't. It's either a kind of a. I suppose it's. That's the way you gotta do it. That's what I wanted to do. I think. Now, I've no real way of knowing what overall she wore. I've got kind of there's a basic idea. I think there's like a blue, two strips of blue going down her sleeve with a yellow bit down in the middle. But it's very difficult to tell. And I imagine that overalls weren't kind of really exuberant. It might have like a Goodyear logo on there and her name, but that's about it. Right, one last check. Why is the wing mirror still blue? What? I don't know why I've selected black then. Oh, it's this here. I've selected those. That's why. So what's the wing mirrors then? It's not these bits, because that's down the side. It's this, isn't it? This bit. It's an ice cream van outside. This is the first day when I'd gone out to a local shop where I didn't wear a coat. So the weather's definitely getting warmer. No doubt it'll rain tomorrow. As is the way in Britain. Right. Did I get it right? It was a total guess. And I did. Here you go. How about that? I'm not just a pretty face. Now, they do look very, very black on the picture, but dark grey is good enough for me. What they've also got, I mean, I think they've got this large radiator at the side here, but it's only as big as the side pod. On that version. Now I don't know this little lip here. I wonder whether that is actually grey. But I'm trying to fit a different paint job onto a different car, basically. I mean, if I just checking my work emails, just check. Thought I had something that's over. There we go. So if I look up the March 761. So it's kind of like the one that we're doing things with. Slight difference. driven by Ronnie Peterson. I mean, I'm guessing she got booted out of the March 761 when they found Ronnie Peterson, to be perfectly honest. But that's what I'm basically modelling. That's why the rear wing was completely metal on the template. There you go, look. So there's two different ones. So South Africa, Great Britain. So South Africa was actually the next round. So the picture I've got is literally the first round. So that's the next round. And then it turned into this one. From Great Britain. Which in effect, Great Britain was... Great Britain when she was using the Ram Racing. I don't think I actually have. Do I have a picture of the Ram Racing one? I imagine it wasn't, you know, covered with sponsors. Oh, yes, I do. Number 37. Oh, no, that's a 761. No, I got the wrong one there. I mean, what's the chances that we'll have something under this? Rolf Stommens. There it is. Ram Racing BT44B. I don't have a BT44B, fortunately. I mean, the problem with some of these paint jobs from this era is the fact that things change so often, like per Grand Prix, where they would suddenly get a new sponsor and slap that on it. You know? Oh, I finished all my Skittles. Right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of a break, go get a drink, and then possibly put my headset on because I'm going to have do a little bit of driving. We'll see if I can get some things going in Automobilista. Doesn't capture very well in VR, so which is a shame, but what can you do? What can you do? Right, I'll be right back in about 2 or 3 minutes. We'll be back with, I'll put my headset on and do a little bit of racing. Be right back. Right. Hopefully. Oh, excuse me. Hopefully I've got this all sorted. I do need to adjust some files at some point. Oh, excuse me. What am I looking for? I was looking for something, but I've completely forgotten what it was. I don't know what my pedal camera looks like, but we can probably have a look. It's on the piss! It's not an elegant solution, but it kind of works. I wish I just had a better bracket for it. Okay. I can't remember what it was I wanted to do, actually. Right, it will come back to me very suddenly. So, Automobilista 1. Oh yes, I remember who it was. Why? I needed to set my game category. There we go. All right. So, there's a couple of tracks I've got in here. No, it wasn't Montreal. I did install Mondrian Park, I thought. Here it is. It's probably not going to be very good. So I've got a 1974. And there's Lella's BT42. The bodywork cuts into the engine. It's got a bulge here for some reason. It screws up the sponsor. Oh. Power steering. Maximum assist. Minimum assist. Can I have no assist? I guess not. Shifter style. Well, I've only got a sequential shifter, so it doesn't matter. Model. Okay, there's only one model. Arms installed. I want no arms. Please. If I can press the install button. It's here somewhere. All the menu goes a bit funny in VR. Right. It's probably like it's Grand Prix Legends track, I think. It's not gonna look good. What am I doing over here? Oh, I forgot this mod. I'm so far back. I'm so far back. I'm pretty much sitting in the airbox. Just waiting for the light to go green. So you can see it looks a bit warped. This game doesn't display very well in the mirror full. I don't know whether that's actually the fisheye lens reduction thing I'm using, but... There we go. Good start. I hit the pace car. It's not running very well. There is an R Factor 2 version, which is much better. That's probably why I uninstalled this track, but for some reason it just doesn't run okay in VR. So this is a Brabham BT42, which is Ford Cosworth engine. But this is an R Factor 1 conversion, so it's not taking advantage of Automobilis's features. So there's some footage on YouTube. Oh, there's some footage on YouTube of when they raced there in 1976, and it's eye-opening because it's like a rally track in. It's like a rally track in on the streets of Spain. Because the cars would get air. But this isn't the actual car that Lella Lombardi would be using in 1975. This was... She only ran this car once, I think, in 1974. Alright, so if I... So that's the BT42. So 1975. So you got the Frank Williams FW4. But that's not what's modelled in this one. So you got Lella Lombardi in the Lavazza March. So it's either the beta one or this one. So it should be the 751, actually. So this is what she would be running at Montjuic Park. No, that's the wrong version. I'm gonna have to look at my cheat sheet now. So 1975. So Spain. So this is Lavazza March. So ran in Spain, Monaco, Zolder. So I haven't got a version of Monaco, which is the right one. But I do have Zandvoort 75. Now Zandvoort 75 is kind of a little bit different from some of the other versions that are out. This one's a really good version. It's when they decided to change the back half of the circuit. I need to come up a bit. There we go. So the March 4 751. It's got some very weird feeling for force feedback. It's got some very heavy steering. You've got to be very careful with the car coming out of turns. I mean, I haven't done any setup work on it. I don't know if you'd be able to dial it out. But on corner exit, the rear becomes very light. So this is when the back half of the circuit was weird and wonderful. It's a really well-made mod track, actually. And I hope that one day it can be ported to R Factor 2 or something. Whoops, hello. It's just got, maybe it's coming off the banking that it's got very bad instability. But I mean, the rear tyres are so huge on it that it's probably no wonder that it spins up on the exit of the turns. I mean, you have to kind of unlearn the modern version of the circuit to drive this one, because this just feels weird. You just have to remember this is a tight right left. I don't know if Lella actually ran this circuit specifically. It says 1975 on the front of it, but I can't remember if they ran Zandvoort. Imagine back then you'd have to have arms like tree trunks really to drive these things. See, it just wants to keep turning after it's come out onto transition of the banking. I mean, there's one thing about Automobilista is it kind of... It was basically a very refined R-Factor 1. I always forget what turn that is. So it's more sharper than R-Factor 1. And the fact that you can run it in VR is an absolute miracle. So there are people that made the Crew Chief application. We're able to hack in VR for a DirectX 9 game. But it does put R-Factor 1 to shame in terms of simulation and feel. Well, and looks basically. But you can do like some quick and dirty conversions from R-Factor 1 to Automobilista, but it doesn't take advantage of the features of Automobilista, which I think this is a native Automobilista track, which is why it looks good and runs well. And it's surprisingly sharp in the headset as well. It puts modern games to shame. It's a great version of the circuit. 1 minute 25. 1 minute 25. So you see that in this list here there aren't any mods apart from 1976. That's because it didn't when I brought it over, it didn't make the series for me. So I'm gonna have to work out how to do that. So, so that was that March. I mean, I don't think this is going to feel any different because it's the same team, so. But this is going to have some upgrades to it. Tyre squeal. 100% force feedback. Yeah, okay. Now I do have Zolder 1967, which was one of the tracks she ran after Monaco. This would be her third race in this car. Now I like the thought of this. look at the balloon. I like the thought of this track. It's not. I mean, it shows its age. And again, for some reason, it doesn't run very well, which for something that's so low res shouldn't be the case. I always forget where the track actually comes out, but it's kind of cool, this layout of Zolder. So this is Zolder before they put all the pissy little chicanes in it. Slowest part of the circuit here. So one thing this track suffers with is the transitions between some of the corners. It seems like, I don't know, it's chopped up in parts and just doesn't flow. But there's no chicane here. You've got to be very careful up here because it's going to get very light. And there's no chicane here either. Nasty bump there. Slowest corner on the track. Slight chicane here. Now the final chicane is a lot faster than it is modern day, and you don't go into the pits from the last corner, from the second to last corner. But there's like tracks like this that I would love to have a go at remastering, because they do deserve to be kind of brought up to modern day standards. It's just finding the time and the I don't know, just finding the time. I don't seem to have like the it's hard to find the motivation to kind of sit down and learn stuff. It takes a lot of concentration for me to learn the stuff now. Very deceptive hairpin. So I think a lot of these tracks suffer from the some of the ways of creating tracks in the past where all objects are completely flat and they stick out like a sore thumb in VR. I suppose if you're on the screen, it probably doesn't look as bad. Particularly like things to do with trees and stuff. If the trees are not 3D and they do that kind of the billboard thing where they follow you, it can be quite jarring. Or when objects are like literally flat, to be brought up to today's standards, they need to be given some thickness. like advertising boards and stuff, they would need to be at least have a bit of thickness to make them look like they're part of the world. Now I did at the start of last year start learning a little bit of Blender, but I got into the habit of just watching the tutorials and not actually doing anything with them. So I kind of got out of the habit, so I'm probably going to have to try and learn that all again. I wanted to try and be able to afford 3ds Max license, but even then I don't think I can possibly buy a subscription which is as far back as what I need to start modding with it, because that's what I learnt my 3D stuff in. It's what I'm used to, and having to kind of learn a completely different method in Blender is, I know Blender is free and everything, but 3ds Max I'm used to that workflow, and it may be an age thing that it's hard to kind of transfer your knowledge from one program to another. I don't know. Maybe if when I was younger I might have been able to do it, but... And I've seen what some people have achieved in Blender, and I'm like, you know, it's definitely the way to go. Like people increasing track mesh and stuff, which is something I'd learn how to do. So at some point I'm going to take a test bed track of, let's say, a track like this, and just try to get a running version. I mean, I did try out a way to upgrade a track mesh for just a very basic track, which was the 1950s version of Brands Hatch. And just to kind of test the method of increasing a track mesh so it actually feels okay, because you have to improve the density of it to get all the modern stuff working in later games. Particularly if you bring it into rFactor 2, you need the fidelity in the track mesh for the rubbering to work and the grip to work, and for it to not feel like you're going over a washboard, you know. But I did, when I did have an active subscription for 3ds Max, I was able to use a method that I had thought about, which was, because it was kind of like, I didn't want to have it so that you'd have to remake everything. You want to use a previous track as a base, and not kind of ruin the whole spirit of the other one. So I wanted to keep all the mapping information. So in the end, my method was like using a few modifiers to increase the mesh, and then projecting the texture map from the road onto the other. But I've got to read up on the way Blender does it, because there is a way to be non-destructive with the texture maps when increasing mesh. I'm sure the way of doing it through the S-Max as well, but it always seems like I have some spare time between work schedule and stuff, and I decide to rest instead, which, you know, it's good as well. It's actually hurting trying to hold on to this car. So things like the 2D people and stuff like that, they stick out like a sore thumb. I mean, it was just a case of whether I could kind of take a track which was, you know, using very, very low-res textures, or whether you could just kind of put some high-res textures on it and see what it looked like, you know? Right, so that was 1975. So according to the list, so Montjuic Park was their first round. Monaco, I don't have a version of 1975 Monaco. I've got 1978, but it's not quite the same. So that was Zolder, so that was her third round in the 751. We've then got a 1975 version of Anderstorp. I do have a version of this, but I'm going to have to come out of the game and go back in. Right. So, I've got my Dr. Pepper. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy. Right, this is a basic conversion from R Factor 1, so I imagine it's not going to be that great. It's probably going to be bumpy as hell and not that graphically great, but again, this was... So we've done her first round, missed her second round, that was the third round, this is the fourth round, so she retired from both of these races. She retired from Zolder and she retired from Anderstorp. Unfortunately, every time I reopen the game, I've got to move it over to my other monitor. Right. Okay, right. Now, what's it going to be under? Is it going to be under... yeah, it's under there, right. Right, let's see what force feedback setting... Let's see what it feels like on standard. That says level 2. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? There's a good 1976 version for R Factor 2 for this. But I don't know what changed between 1975 and 1976, but apparently it's a different track. But very tight pit exit. Oops. I mean, these, compared to some of the other versions that are out there, this is very flat. The transitions into the banking are a bit sudden as well, and I think the track isn't meant to be that kind of well, I was going to say, trying to think of it like a technical term, but wiggly, I suppose. It's not like constant radius turns. So it's like the mesh is just completely uneven. So again, I don't really know what changed between 1975 and 1976. But apparently it was a completely, I wouldn't say it's a completely different track in 1976, but something must have changed. It might just mean that there's a slight adjustment in the layout, but on racecircuits.info it's listed in 1975 as a different track from 1976, so I imagine you could use a little bit of artistic license if you did kind of remaster this. You would definitely have to just... Whoa! See what I mean about the transition between banking? You would definitely have to probably just redo the track mesh. Just make the turn transitions and things, and take out the sudden bumps that are not like bumps that were probably purposely put in to simulate bumps. It was more like just abrupt transitions between sections of track. Now obviously I don't think this hill in certain kind of like subsequent tracks there wasn't like a big mound there. And at some point I'm going to get back to doing my website, Sim Racing the Grand Prix years. So as I say, this was her Lella Lombardi's fourth round in the 75 championship in the March anyway. She unfortunately retired from this race at Anderstorp in this particular car. I haven't actually looked up specifically the reasons for retirements and stuff, and I imagine there was a lot of reliability problems back then. It was quite surprising when watching some of the older stuff, how unreliable these cars were. There were some races where only like 5 or 6 would finish. We're just trying to push the limits of the machinery, which didn't want to be pushed. You sometimes feel like the cars were held together by sticky tape and other stuff. So there's something over. I'm going to go take a look at that on the next lap. I think it's something that's probably been made visible when it's not supposed to be visible. You'll see what I mean when I go over to it. I'm not sure what those are. Are they lights for the spectators? Why this? I like the little details of having the cameras and stuff. I did look at the camera assets a while back to see if you could kind of animate them a little. Because it'd be cool just to have the cameraman to go from side to side, you know, that kind of thing over there. Just for him to kind of look from side to side. Add to the atmosphere, because it does sometimes seem like you're the only moving object on a track. So if I come round here, right, and I pop onto the runway. Now looking down this side, you've obviously got the banners and stuff. But there's something over here. Now I wondered whether it was the crowd, but it looks like it's a bunch of speakers. That have been left there. They're visible rather than being assigned to ambient sound. So... I'd love to be able to, if I could get like a group of modders and things together to make like a Preservation Society type historic Grand Prix Preservation Society or something. Because the older tracks just have more character, just with how open they are and the turns and sweeping, and no, I'm not really noticing too much difference in force feedback. It's probably a bit, it's believable, let's just say. I'm not one to overanalyze force feedback. I can tell when it's wrong. But when force feedback gives you an impression that you're steering a car, then I'm fine with it, really. Now, if you look at the front wishbone here, so I'm not sure that hose is meant to be attached to that to the wheel. I think the hose is meant to be attached to the front wing. But you see how much how much is not there in what is an older mod. You can see that the suspension geometry is very lacking, but again, I don't know whether that's because it's a cockpit cam and whether or not it looks different on the I mean, looking at the monitor there, it looks kind of the same. I don't know if there's a way to switch camera angles and stuff. There we go. It feels very weird because obviously I'm looking at this in a flat screen, so yeah, so it's just because it's a low poly. That's all it is. But at least there's some ambient sounds in the pits and stuff like that. Right. So that was the Swedish Grand Prix. Let's have a look. Let's see why. So in Monaco she didn't qualify. In Zolder she retired. Let's have a look at why. It might tell me. Her engine went in Belgium. So I had an engine blow up in Belgium. Fuel system failed in only 10 laps in as well. I think. Yeah, only 10 laps. 10 laps of 80 laps retired from fuel system failure. So next round we've actually done, which was the 1975 Dutch Grand Prix. So we had a look at that. She finished 14th there. You then have the French Grand Prix, which was Paul Ricard apparently. But I'm looking at my list. Paul Ricard. Have a look. Well, apparently I've got one for R Factor 2. So I might have a look in there. I do have I've got a 1975 version in. I can't think it's really up to much. Then it's Silverstone, and then Nordschleife. Apparently I do have a version of Watkins Glen for R Factor 2, but it's when they put that really crappy chicane in it. I don't know whether it's actually going to pull in those tracks because I've just installed them, but I don't know whether it's going to refresh itself if I go to a different mod and then come back out, perhaps. Oh no, there we are. It refreshed itself. Okay, that's unfortunately the 1976 mod. But go back to all tracks and cars. What was our next round? The next round was Paul Ricard, I said, didn't I? Is it going to be under P for Paul Ricard? It is. I don't have big hopes for what this is going to look like, but let's see. So she finished at France. It's not the greatest frame rate in the world. And it's got this I kind of, I don't know whether this has been improved, but it's got like a the pit lane is elevated, and I don't know whether, I've always wondered about the terrain in the background. Obviously, back then in the R Factor days, early days of tracks, it would just be like a flat kind of curved piece of geometry to simulate the horizon. But nowadays, obviously, you can build that out to be rolling hills, you know? Am I going the right way? Now, according to racecircuit.info, this track didn't change an awful lot until 2001. Now, back in the, I think it was either late 70s or the early 80s, there was a horrible accident. I can't remember who was involved. I think it was Hans Stuck and I'm trying to think. It was the guy that unfortunately was caught up in the accident that killed Gilles Villeneuve, and I think that he kind of came out of the I don't know if it was the same year or it might have been the year after, or it might have even been before, but it was a huge accident. It was when they had the catch fences and stuff like that. I can't remember what turn on this track it was actually on. But it looked like someone tried to come up the inside and someone else didn't know they were there, and they got tangled up, and it just took them both to the barrier. Entangled with the catch fencing, they were upside down, and they had to kind of pull people out from upside down cars and stuff. I think his name begins with a J. Whoops. I mean, you can kind of guarantee in some respects that the terrain on the outside of a track, even though this is 1975, the terrain's not going to have changed too much. Because I'd imagine they haven't kind of moved hills, you know? But the main part of this track was just such a long straight. Probably the longest straight on the calendar back then. But it's obviously maybe a bit more structured now. But back then in this version, it just felt featureless. I don't know how they ever picked what their breaking points were. there's like a hard right turn off to the right there, and I assume that's not for me. I mean, it just, if you've memorized the modern version, then this is very hard to get your head around. And I think this mod in particular kind of suffers from very rhythmic bumps, like many tracks that were made back when modding was a big thing. It was like bumps weren't given any kind of rammed-ness, which can sometimes make you, I mean, life in general is random. What makes things feel real is when they have a little bit of imperfections. But if they have imperfections, but the imperfections are uniform, like you have bumps on the track which just go bump, 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 you just think, that's not real. That just doesn't feel real. I nearly got that first complex right. It's this bit that I can't slow down for. So that's Paul Ricard. So where did she finish in Paul Ricard? So she finished 14th in Paul Ricard. No, 18th in Paul Ricard. That's qualifying. She qualified at the back of the grid. 26th. Unfortunately, she finished last of the finishers. 4 laps down. So I imagine that March was not great speed-wise. I don't know if she was the only one. Well, her other teammate retired with chassis problems. So, right, so retired from the 1975 British Grand Prix. So this was, I think this was the one with the heavy accidents. It was sunny, then overcast, then heavy rain. Her engine went after 18 laps here, so she probably missed all of the melee. If I'm remembering correctly, the results were overshadowed by a heavy hailstorm from lap 53, and it was 56 laps, which caused 3 out of the top 4 cars, which are Jody Scheckter, James Hunt and Mark Donoghue, to aquaplane and crash in the same corner, bringing an early finish to the race and significant absence on the podium. A number of other cars crashed at the same corner as well, including Wilson, Fittipaldi, Jochen. It was Jochen Maas. That's who I was thinking about, and John Watson. The race results were finalised the lap after the lap. The lap after the lap, most cars crashed, giving Brazilian Emerson Fittipaldi, who had been the race leader prior to the storm, a 1-lap win in his McLaren M23. Carlos Pache, who was one of the crashers in his Brabham BT44B, was classified in 2nd position, with another of the crashers, till 007. Driver Jody Scheckter classified 3rd. So weird that they allowed... they stopped the race, but then allowed the people that actually caused the stoppage to finish the race, which weird, very weird. So where we go? So she qualified in 22nd out of 26. Let's say it retired with an engine problem. 18 laps. So she missed all of the. She could have got all caught up in that if she'd been on track. So kind of lucky. Okay, so Silverstone. I'm trying to. There we go. The go button is sometimes a bit temperamental. Right. So this was the Silverstone. That was the good version of Silverstone. Because it was. Most corners were flat out. It was one of those occasions where I think it wasn't Silverstone. I think it was Brands Hatch, where I got kind of reminded that there was still like a cigarette advertising ban, so you weren't allowed to have advertising for any kind of cigarette brand on the cars, but it was either Brands Hatch or Silverstone. It was actually sponsored by John Player Special. It was the John Player Special British Grand Prix. And I was just like, what are you doing? You either have the adverts or you don't. But don't sponsor your whole Grand Prix with it. I don't know if that was that a big shadow from a helicopter that was passing over. But again, it seemed like tracks that required a lot of I'm trying to say, I was going to say straight line speed, but what I'm kind of meaning is that tracks that required a lot of power, so a lot of long straights and stuff, it seemed that the march maybe was a bit weak. So this was 1975. But apparently, I didn't think it had the chicane in 1975. No, I don't know whether this is like the interpretation of the mod maker, some people make old versions of Silverstone and they don't have any kind of elevations at all, because obviously it was built on an old airfield. And you were basically driving around the old access roads. Right, and imagine there was kind of like some natural elevations. It wasn't completely flat, you know? Because if you think about when it headed into the 80s, this layout stayed for quite a while, even into the turbo era, which was quite scary. You'd imagine the turbo cars going around this track when he had no particular chicanes in it apart from the last corner. Imagine what speed they were taking through here. I think in some ways, you know, back in the 70s and the 80s, everything seemed a lot less structured. I think maybe corporate got in the way a bit of having to kind of be displaying things in a certain way and things being said in a certain way because of corporate and sponsors. Because if you hear interviews of drivers back then, and I mean, I'm even watching the stuff from the 80s. When you hear the drivers speak, it doesn't sound like they're trying to name drop sponsors and stuff. They are speaking completely truthfully, and they're not kind of. If someone asks about where they think their engine is, they will be completely honest to say, you know, things like, you know, our car doesn't have enough power as the Ferrari or whatever. But nowadays, people seem to, or drivers seem to kind of toe the line a bit more. They speak in sound bites. You know, media training has a lot to answer for. It sometimes makes drivers sound like robots. I would actually prefer that drivers actually sounded like human beings and not corporate flagpoles, you know? I mean, that's probably why a lot of people liked Kimi Räikkönen, because he didn't really give a shit. He was going to do whatever he wanted, and I think people like that. He sounded genuine. I mean, some of the higher up drivers kind of speak from a place of truth, but some of the lower down drivers that are probably so desperate to keep their job that they'll toe the company line. And I mean, it's back in the kind of the infancy of sponsors and stuff like that. The Grand Prix and Formula One, I suppose you'd call it, because obviously it became Formula One in 1950. They wouldn't like plug their sponsors a lot. They wouldn't kind of. They would. I mean, Grand Prix racing was quite kind of different. They would call the cars as they are. You know, team names would be team names. They wouldn't be sponsors first, you know. Although, kind of getting into the 80s watching stuff, It'll be the John Player Special Lotus. It won't just be the Lotus, it'll be the John Player Special of the JPS Lotus. But even like the celebrations, you know, they seemed a lot more, you know, the drivers seemed a bit more kind of free to kind of react properly, because things weren't structured. I always find it very hard to watch, and I don't know what the name of their job is. And I suppose they're kind of, they've got people shouting in their ear, like the race director or the TV director is shouting them in the ear, because obviously they've got to make sure everything is on broadcast. But as soon as someone gets out of a car, there's kind of someone with their earphones on, pushing and pulling the drivers. I mean, the last thing I would want to do after I'd done a 2-hour Grand Prix is to have someone pushing me around and telling me where to go. Right, you need to be in front of this camera, you need to be talking to this person, and just, you know, give the drivers at least a minute to catch a breath, get a drink of water before, you know, speaking to the corporate overlord, if you see what I mean, you know? And I think in the kind of the late 70s, early 80s, the TV broadcasting got a lot better. I mean, ESPN still sucked. They would spend most of their program talking bollocks and then only have like half an hour for the race. I didn't expect a round of applause to get into the pits. Right, next one. So it was the British Grand Prix, so just say Lella. I keep saying Layla, because Lella is not a name that I'm particularly know. So she took part in the German Grand Prix, which was the Nordschleife back then. She finished 7th place, so she missed out on a point by 1 place. She started 25th and ended up 7th. Cracking drive. And she was on the lead lap. So 11th to 26th retired. 10th place, Mario Andretti was classified, but he was out of fuel 2 laps down. So James Hunt retired after 10 laps. This was 14 laps. So James Hunt retired after 10 laps with a wheel problem. Regazzoni retired with engine trouble on lap 9. Tony Breeze had an accident after 9 laps. Jody Scheckter had an accident after 7 laps. Jean-Pierre Jarier had a tyre problem with 7 laps gone. Carlos Pache had a suspension problem after 5. Wilson Fittipaldi had an engine problem after 4. Hans Stuck had an engine problem after 3. That was the other March Ford. Emerson Fittipaldi had suspension problems. Vittorio Brambilla had suspension problems, as did John Watson. After 2 laps, Ronnie Peterson clutch went after a lap. Mark Donoghue, a tyre problem after 1 lap, and Jochen Maas retired on. It doesn't even. It said retired due to an accident on lap 0. So whatever happened to him, I don't know. So, finished in 7th place. 2 minutes 30 behind 6th place. So there you go. Alright, let's do a lap of the Nordschleife. I think I did install the Nordschleife. There we go, 75. Even though the operational years, it says on there, 1968 to 1970. Updated 75 version, so I guess that's what that means. I don't know what the difference is, but... I mean, I'm not going to do 2 laps of this, but the fastest lap was a 6 minutes 58 by Niki Lauda. So I'm not doing 2 laps of this. I'm just going to go around once, I think. Whoa. All right. Oh, I probably need to put my fuel in. Well, the light was flashing, but I don't know what that was for. I assume that was fuel. I actually just noticed that I'm in the March 741. I should actually be in the March 751. I'll change over the next track. So thanks to all of the versions of this track in many sims, I've pretty much memorized it. From game to game, from layout to layout, it's not particularly different. I don't know if I've got a... It says I'm going to run out of fuel, but I don't think I am. I mean, if this was originally the 1968 to 1970 version, it probably was the version where it didn't have any Armco in it. So there was a couple of years where they kind of said, you know, this is too dangerous, you've got to do something about this track. So they basically put lots of Armco in it. Or on it. I think they ended up putting big, huge curbs. I don't actually know why this March 741 is in the 1975 mod, because I don't think they ran the March 741 in it. I didn't think I was going to slow down for that. I got scared. I've never quite got the flow of this section right. I always struggle with this bit. But coming down here, it gives a good sense of space, a good sense of how hilly this place was. As you see the big hill and the forest. This was the corner where Nicky Lauda crashed, I think. No, it wasn't. No, it's further up. I think it's this corner up here. He spun going round this bit. In fact, was it 1975? No, 1970. Was it 76 or 77? I can't remember. I think it was 76 actually, maybe not 75. I mean, I haven't adjusted the real feel settings for this car, so it is quite strong. The force feedback, if I kind of hit a curb going a certain speed and I've not got the wheel grip, then I think it will probably break a wrist or two. Now, I'm not one to have my force feedback very high either. There's a lot of people that buy the strongest wheel because it thinks it makes them manly. They get the 20 or 25 nanometer wheel and go, look, I can handle it. But all you're doing is, I don't know, just... it's too much. I mean, the wheel I've got is, I think, 7. And I don't even run it full blast. Although I think I run it 100% in the profiler. But I turn it down only in the game, or whatever game I'm playing, to like 60%. And it can obviously vary with Automobilista. Because, I mean, I've got it down at 1% in the game. Not sure it really matters. Because it's controlled by the real feel stuff, but you do have to do so much kind of fiddling around with minimum force and damping, and I just adjust it so it's not going to break my arms going around a corner, and then just leave it at it, you know. I kind of think, obviously, that these tracks that are made by third parties, they've not always got access to some of the data that publishers and stuff might have. So sometimes maybe the elevations and stuff, corner radiuses are a bit off. But you kind of think that the elevations of this track, I don't think they necessarily change the layout of the track. They've changed the surrounding area and left the main track as it was. So I think I left the pits at 9:20 and I've come back at 1:20, so not a very fast lap. So I think I was running the wrong car. I mean, it does have her name on it, but I think it's the wrong March. So you got that one. The number 29 and number 10. I don't know if there's any upgrades for this one. Alright, force feedback. We'll leave that one as it is. Gear shifting. 2 pedals because I can't heel in tow. Okay, so she finished 7th at the Nordschleife. Her next round was Austria. I don't really have a version of Austria. And she finished 17th in Austria in 1975. Qualified 22nd. Ended up 17th. 3 laps down. There was only one person behind her, which was Rolf Wunderink. What a name. It was not classified in 18th. He was 4 laps down. So that was the Austrian Grand Prix when it didn't have the first chicane. I mean, I don't think I've got the Österreich ring. I've got the 1970 version, the 1971 version, so I don't know. The last one in the 1975 season is the Italian Grand Prix, and I don't. 1975. I don't hold out much hope that this is going to be very good, but we'll try it. We will try it. Right, we're going to come out of here, select that one. I'm going to select that one again. It's kind of good that I can refresh the content without coming out of the game. So Monza 1974-75. So apparently this is only ran for 2 years. They made so many little tiny changes to Monza in the 70s. So which one this is, I can't remember. I really can't remember. Because they put like little chicanes and stuff in. Right. It's just a question of which one this is. I was going to do a video of the many mods of Monza. Because there are so many mods. And they're all different. It just depends on who authored them. Some of them are not so bad. Some of them are a bit dodgy. But I mean, you can see how old this track is by how flat things are. You know, the Armcos don't have any depth. Neither do the garages. All of the people are quite low res. But you do feel like you're in stasis because nothing moves. And that's what I wish... I wish mod makers took a bit more effort with. Right, so this is the one with the first chicane at the start. I don't know if the tarmac was ever this bright though. So again, it seemed like the march forward on tracks that required a lot of horsepower, that were mainly flat out, it was low down the order. Right, so this is the time that they put the... what would become, I think, is it the Variante outer there? I don't know if it was ever that tight though. But I swear that they should take like a good version of Monza, which would be the R-Factor 2 version of Brianza, and just adjust certain parts of it depending on what year at Monza. So it kind of reminds me of the Monza chicane there. So to make this track, you know, it would differ a little with the trackside objects a bit, because the Brianza version is basically 1967. And then you would kind of come up to this back straight here and then put a chicane in there. Because as I say, I don't think they've changed the elevations at all. And it's always a bit deceptive. Look at how high the curb is, but because the tarmac is so bright, it blends into the curb surface. And it's hard to know where the track stops and the curb begins. So this is the final round that she ever did in 1975. So although she was competing in 1974 and 1975, she did... I was trying to find where the apex was. She did sports car racing as well. Quite successful at sports car racing. She competed in Le Mans a few rounds. The 24-hour Le Mans. So I think Lella Lombardi should be regarded as a... I mean, she technically already is regarded as like a trailblazer. Did everything way back when things were frowned upon. How dare a woman take part in motorsport? And I remember which saw a documentary about where she grew up and how she got into motorsport and stuff. It's on Amazon Prime. Very interesting. And I don't know if it was in this documentary or perhaps I maybe saw something on YouTube about she was given an interview by that was flat out given an interview by someone, I think it was in the pits at Silverstone or something, and they were really asking her quite misogynistic questions. You know, they didn't ask her things like, how was your race, how are you preparing for this weekend and stuff. It was more like questions about, well, what's it like being a woman, stuff like that, and you're just like, come on, journalists, you can do better than that, you know. It was just like the journalists were like, oh god, how do I talk to a woman? What do I ask her? It just seemed to be completely the wrong question. But my aim with like collating some of the Grand Prix information that sim racing the Grand Prix use is to have like lists of stuff that is available. So all of these versions of Monza in some form or another, or for what game. And it'd be nice to maybe have a lap or so recorded, you know. So that's 1975. So that was her complete season. I missed a couple of tracks in there because they just weren't available for Automobilista. But I think I will switch over to R Factor 2 for the last part. What am I looking for? So well, it wasn't her last round in 1976. Monza, she actually retired. What was the reason for retirement? She qualified 24 out of 26. Again, the March forward is probably lacking a lot. Although her teammate did qualify 9th. Oh yeah, so race classification. So she retired on lap 21 of 52 due to an accident. So I don't know. It doesn't. No one else had an accident on the same lap as her, so come off the track somewhere. So as I say, that wasn't the last round that she did. She did take part in the FW04 in the USA, but unfortunately she did not qualify for that race. She was unfortunately a second off the pace in the Williams. But she'd been racing nearly the entire season in the March Ford, and then suddenly she was put in the I don't know why she was put in the FW04. But it's strange that we got the FW4 here. I suppose because it was like she only did one race and she didn't actually qualify. And they didn't put it in the mod. I wonder what the difference between those two are. One of them's the FW4, and the other one is something else. So we might as well use this one. I'll have to see if I can find more information about... See, what's this bit at the front here? Did they literally just put another car underneath instead of making a reflection? Is that what they do? It doesn't have real-time reflections. It literally just puts another car on top of another car. That's what I think it does. Right. Let's put our stuff on here. So we've got to change over to... come on. It's here somewhere. There we go. Gear shifting, 2-pedal. Because I'd imagine I'd probably stall it if I tried the 3-pedal. Actually, no, I'm going to keep it on that one, because it does say that I can... Because I am doing the blipping and stuff. So, this is the final round of the 75 season, and I do have a 75 version. This is the crappy version of Watkins Glen. I think it's got the chicane at the top of the hill. Not a fan. I've always got to adjust the steering ratio. Because this is a new car, we've got to come back a little bit if I can. Oh, steady. Yeah, that feels. Alright, so this is the FW04. But I think I do have some pictures of the FW04. But I'm going to have to look to see if it is actually her or not. Oh, I remember this one now. This, and I don't know if it's like a VR thing or a 3D thing, but this track has... The horizon doesn't work correctly, so it gives me a little bit of vertigo in VR. Here we go, here's the horrible chicane. It gives me a little bit of vertigo in VR because it doesn't kind of rise correctly when you go up and down in elevation. So I would need to get a 136 to qualify in 1975, I think. So we see if we can do a 136. The older versions of Watkins Glen do make you feel a lot more like you're racing on a track that is out in the countryside somewhere. What I think would be kind of funky though is to at some point kind of bring in all the track surfaces to one kind of viewport in 3D and paste them over the top of each other, just to see how different interpretations of the same track people have made in terms of track width and track elevation, and I mean, all credit to the people that make these tracks. That I imagine they're working a lot from photos and stuff like that. But I was looking up, I think it was just actually in my YouTube recommendations. It wasn't that I was looking up something specifically. A new technique of 3D scanning is called Gaussian splatting. Which doesn't really require, lots of expensive equipment. I mean, I don't know how good in the results it is, but it can work out. It can work out from video. I was hoping not to hit that curb. It can work out just from video, but what a 3D space is like, and obviously it can give a good idea of an environment if you've got a video of it. But I don't know how it would deal with kind of old VHS, or because I can imagine you could at least have it try and work out some old footage of a track. Imagine if you've got like an onboard or something, and you can get it to try and work out what it is in 3D space. I mean, I'm miles away from 136, so I'm guessing that maybe this layout isn't as accurate for 1975 as it says it is. Or perhaps I'm not Nicky Lauda. Well, no, it's the back of the grid I'm chasing. I don't know what Nicky Lauda would have posted, but 136 was the back of the grid back then. And I've only got 146. Doesn't help when you brake so early either. But kept it on a little better there. And 47.0 is apparently my best lap time. So I was thinking of having a go at that Gaussian splatting thing with some older footage just to see what it makes of it. Because I mean, it's not something that, like, you could build a track surface out of. It's something where you would get like the dimensions of something, like real world dimensions, as like a starting point for scale. That's what it could be used for. But 145.8. I don't know how much more I'll get out of that, but I would not qualify by about 9 seconds. Oh, yeah. Right, give me a second and I'll switch games. Right, okie doke. Right, I did say I was going to switch games, but I forgot that 1976. I do have where's my mouse pointer gone? Oh, that's right. I don't want a test date. Well, I suppose test date doesn't really matter, does it? So the 1976 mod that I've got. So the Mark 76 one, we've got, that's Brambilla. That's what he was in. But then the Lavazza March, there's Lella Lombardi's one. That's the one I just painted. It looks very similar, doesn't it? Very, very similar. So we don't want any movable arms. But that's basically what I painted, apart from it had... So that was the March logo at the top there. That's what that was. So maybe we could add that a bit later. I did think there was a logo down here somewhere as well. So imagine being sponsored by a coffee company. So the way that they did arms in Automobilista was not great, you know. The arms in this, they're not even... I like it when they actually have the showroom with the driver actually standing by the thing rather than sitting in the cockpit. I think that's kind of cool. So this is the one we painted. So this is the proper one with the airbox on it. So she only competed in Brazil. And the reason I've come back into Automobilista is I have the 1976 Grand Prix of... and I think this is actually an official track. So... yeah, kind of looks like it. So this is the car she took part in the Brazilian Grand Prix. I'm gonna boost that. Right, so if we look at, I'm gonna minimize that. So this was the first round of the 1976 season. So as I say, I think at this point Ronnie Peterson was going to be driving for that team, so she was there for the first round but didn't take part the rest of the season with March. Qualified in last, not by much. So looking at the lap times for the back of the grid here, 20th place was a 240.25. 21st was 240.94. Lella got 240.95, so missed out on 21st place by not a lot. So finished in 14th, last of the runners, 4 laps down. Does it say anything about what the weather was like? It normally tells you about from the opening round of the season, James took his first Formula 1 pole position with reigning champion Niki Lauda alongside his Ferrari. Emerson Fittipaldi qualified 5th on his debut for his brothers Wilson Copper Supercar team. Clay Regazzoni in the second Ferrari took the lead at the start. Lotus teammates Andretti and Peterson collided on the first lap, both retiring as a result. So Peterson was driving for Lotus at this point. both retiring as a result. Lauda was still in the lead ahead of Hunt and Jamier. Hunt crashed out due to a sticking throttle. Yikes. And Jamier did the same a lap later after driving on some oil in the track from Hunt's car. Fittipaldi's debut race for a supercar failed to live up to its initial promise. The Brazilian double world champion ended up 3 laps down after various technical problems. Lauda thus started his title defence with victory. Patrick Depailler. Is it Depailler? No, it's Depailler, isn't it? Second in the Tyrrell, and Tom Price completing the podium in the other shadow. Unfortunately, Tom Price will actually lose his life in the next round in South Africa, but well, there you go. So I don't know. This might actually have been her only Brazilian Grand Prix. Yeah, this is the first time she competed in Brazil in Formula 1. So yeah. Whoa, steady, steady, steady. Right, so as I say, this is an official track, so it's a little graphically better than others have been. So as I say, the mirror for Automobilista doesn't really show off the game how I see it in the headset too well. So, but we'll move to our Factor 2 in a minute. So I think we're still using a full DFE. So weirdly, this mod has a speed limit on it. Now what this track does, is give you a good impression of how bumpy these tracks from this era would have been. I do feel that I could possibly turn the force feedback up a little, but I'm not going to really fiddle around. Just going to do a few laps around. So what was her lap time? A 2:40. Of course, this is the long version of Interlagos, where it turns back on itself so much. Oh! Didn't quite catch that because it couldn't feel where the rear end was going. Not a lot of feeling. I mean, considering we've been running the 1975 mod, which has had quite heavy steering, and then I moved to this one, and it's the opposite. Got to be quick on the. In fact, I haven't put enough fuel in. I might as well come into the bits now, actually. Let's fill her up a bit. Actually, let's turn the steering ratio down a bit, because it does feel like I'm a bit twitchy. Right. Now, if I remember rightly, to turn the force feedback up a bit.
Max force equals minus 6,400.
you've actually got to turn down the max force.
Minus 6,300. Minus 6,200. Minus 6,100. Minus 6,000. Minus 5,900. Minus 5,800. Minus 5,700. Minus 5,600. Minus 5,500. Minus 5,400. Minus 4,400.
Still feels a bit kind of wimpy in the centre. Let's turn it down a bit.
Minus 3,400.
Ooh, that feels a bit. It still feels very loose around the centre.
Minus 2,400.
Definitely a lot stronger. This thing will now rip my arms off if I do exactly that. So maybe I've gone a bit too far with force feedback. Let's put it up again.
Minus 3,400.
No one can remember the shortcuts, but
Damper equals 11500. 11,500.
I don't know if increasing the damper is the way to go, but I think in some respects games give you kind of a bit too much control over your force feedback. They don't just kind of say, look, here's our interpretation of what real feels like, and it's like I'm noticing it a lot with when reports come in for Le Mans Ultimate, people are saying, oh, this force feedback is shit. But the others will kind of swear by it, saying, oh, it's the best I've ever felt. And I mean, I don't tweak things too much, because I think you can get too in the weeds with it. You can spend too much tweaking and not enough time driving. I mean, if something feels believable, if I can feel the bumps, if I can feel the tarmac, then that's enough for me. And a lot of, and I think this is probably like a detriment to probably to developers, really, because if they're trying to find out a way to test how these wheels work, firstly they would probably have to have every single wheel that's available. Which is sometimes not possible, but a lot of wheel manufacturers are now putting kind of middleware in between. So Moser has got something to tweak settings. Logitech has got something to tweak settings. which can sometimes create a little bit of a nightmare for testing purposes, I reckon, because it's like, well, you know what kind of settings the game sends the wheel, but you don't know what settings that the user has selected in their wheel software. You know, what is their slider set at for this particular setting or what have you. And particularly Logitech as well, they've made it so that to have the best force feedback for a Logitech wheel, you've got to support true force or whatever it is, and you're just like, okay. Good evening, Benjamin. So I imagine it's getting like a little bit of a nightmare that the people that make it as simple as possible to support their wheel, they're the ones that are gonna. And I think even Fanatec have probably done it as well, that you have extra settings to tweak outside the game. But that's in some ways that's why I like my Thrustmaster wheel. There's no real nonsense to it. It is just a case of, yeah, you can change the strength, the damping, but apart from that, there's not really much else to it. You know? It's just as it is. Back from the Wild Kids Party and their mother-in-laws. Hopefully you sprinkled your mother-in-law with lots of love, it being International Women's Day today. We're currently driving a March 761 around Interlagos 1976. We're emulating Lella Lombardi's first round of the Brazilian, 1976 season. The only time she did the Brazilian Grand Prix. So this is the third party 1976 mod. I'm not sure of its accuracy. It doesn't look too bad for its age. But this is an official track from Riser Studios. So unfortunately this was the last drive for Lella Lombardi for the March team. Well, at least in official Grand Prix capacity anyway. She may have raced for them at non-championship races, but I haven't done enough digging for that. And she qualified at the back with a 2:40, with 2 seconds off a 2:40, so we wouldn't have qualified back then. Although there was only, it's strange, it was only 20-second runners at Interlagos. I don't know whether that was because of garage space or like disagreements with Foca and Fisa or something. Yeah, Lella Lombardi was the only woman to score points in Formula One. Well, in fact, it was half points in 1975, because the Spanish Grand Prix that she took part in at Montjuic Park, the Spanish Grand Prix 1975, only went halfway because of a fatal accident. Well, I don't know if it was fatal for the drivers, but I think it was fatal for the spectators. So they only got part way through, and they awarded half points, and she came 6th. She was so close to getting another point score in 1975 when she raced at the Nordschleife. And she was 7th place there, so she's a bit of a legend. She competed in a number of races in 74, but she was competing in the Formula 5000 Championship in 1974 in a Lola 330. I haven't been able to find a mod for the Lola 330, unfortunately. Awesome looking car. The Formula 5000 Championship raced a lot of races in Britain, so places like Mallory Park and Alton Park. But I think they did go abroad a couple of times. And she came... Well, Wikipedia says that she came 5th in the championship, but other places say that she came 4th. So I don't know who's right. And then she competed for probably 3/4 of the 1975 season. And then we're just coming on to 1976, where she did the first round for the Lavazza March team in Brazil. And then there's a bit of a break in her Formula 1 appearances, and she came back in the Ram Racing. Maybe it was actually still in a March, but under Ram Racing instead. But I don't think that I've got that mod. So 240, we've only just been able to get onto the back of the grid, because the back of the grid was a 240.9. We've got a 240.0. So we're probably about 20th place at the moment. I remember way back, around the time that Netcar Pro was a thing. I think even before Netcar Pro, which was like the precursor to Assetto Corsa, there was a company that was trying to do something a little different, right? What they were trying to do was get people to drive a sim on what would be like a simulated Grand Prix against real drivers. So the drivers would appear on the track as ghosts in the actual places that they were in the real Grand Prix, and you would compete against them. But I don't think anything ever came of it. Either they ran out of funding, or the idea just didn't spark interest enough. But I can't remember off the top of my head who it was that was trying to do it. Now, I do remember the name Drivers Republic, but I don't know if that was the same thing. But they were particularly trying to link up to the official circuit and have cars on the track with their GPS and stuff like that. So whether or not it just required too much expense to be able to support. I mean, it's a neat idea in theory. bumpy. A 239.7. Right, where does that put us on the grid? I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool to do a simulated Grand Prix, and kind of simulate the weather conditions and the finishing time of the real thing. So that in this particular Grand Prix, if I tried to qualify, I would have qualified 19th. No, 20th. Ironically, if it's 22 people that could have competed, I would have actually unfortunately made Lella Lombardi not qualify. So I don't know why there was only 22 people for the first round. Seems a bit strange. Again, I don't know whether it's like garage space or something, because at the end of the 70s they didn't race it into Lagos anymore. I'll look at my list here. Check calendars. Let's have a look at the calendar. If I look at 1976, so they ran in 1977. They ran in 79, 80. Actually, have I got a date ranges? No, that's not it. What am I looking for? Track about? No. Track matrix. Interlagos, right. Right, so 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, missed out 78, 79, 80, and then didn't come back on the calendar until 1990. So there was whether they ran out of funds or what, but so as I say, Lella Lombardi started 22nd, but she came home 4 laps down in 14th. So that was the March Ford. So that was her last round in the 761, the March 761. That's what that was. So for the rest of the time, she was in the Brabham 44B. Now, I don't think in this mod it has the Brabham 44B. It's got a BT45, which is the Brabham team, but it doesn't actually have Ram Racing in here. So whether or not I just can't see it, it doesn't look like any of these teams have the BT 44B. So no one apart from Brabham used the Brabham. That's what it looks like, which is a shame. So her first round was the Vatsa March, but from then on, she competed for Ram Racing, but Ram Racing isn't actually in this mod at all. So there isn't it doesn't have a Brabham 44B modelled. So that's a shame. And we do. I mean, when you look at the Brabham 44, the BT 44, it looks completely different to the 44B. Just going up to the B version, the airbox and all of the stuff is completely different. So that's unfortunate. But that is I think that is a mod that's been converted from R-Factor 1 to Automobilista. So I am now going to switch games. We're going to go to R-Factor 2 now. Because I think... Oh, jeez, it's 7:45. Didn't realise the time. Didn't realise the time. Where are we? Let's open R-Factor 2. I mean, I can, if I've got the picture of it, I can show you the difference between the BT42. Where are we? Right, so that... Oh. It's not going to let me move it over the top for some reason. I did it before. Maybe because I had it selected. That's unfortunate. I don't know if I can actually move it over to the other desktop. Unfortunately not. Doesn't let me do it. Right, so I need to look at my list now. My list. So you took part in round 1 in the March 761, and then took part in rounds 9, 10, and 11 of the 1976 season. So Great Britain is at Brands Hatch, or British Grand Prix is at Brands Hatch. German Grand Prix is at the Nordschleife, and then we have the Austrian Grand Prix, which is at the Österreich-Ring. And Lella qualified 24th in the Brabham Ford, which was, as I say, the BT44B. And she finished 12th place. Last of the finishers. Who is Loris? Loris? Swiss driver. Didn't know that. Anyway. Okay. Right, so this is the last part. This is the last drive, because I'm going to have to go cook dinner. Well, in fact, I'm probably just going to have a noodle meal. Okay, so we did some painting earlier on the stream. This is the only 761 that's available for R-Factor 2. It isn't actually the 761 that she drove in Brazil, though. That's what we use last time. Although it didn't seem like it was actually painted correctly. Because if we look at our version, this is the version that we've painted. It's technically not the right chassis, but this is what we painted. I say we, I mean me. This is what I painted. Not bad, is it? Not bad at all. I wonder if the yellow stripe would go around the back of the airbox. Unfortunately, I don't have any views of the back of the airbox, so I don't know. But this is not the March that she drove. She had already moved on by then. So the one that we've got is either where is it? I always forget. It's either this one here. No. So 1976. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the right chassis. I imagine you could probably build a BT44B out of all of this stuff, because this is very, very close to... That's a Brabham chassis there. So... but the closest I've got to it in... See, that's technically a 44B, but that's not what all the pictures look like. It's definitely not like this. And I've been trying to find pictures of the Ram Racing 44B, and I can only find a couple. But it does not look like this. But we'll just have to go with what we have. Can't do much else. So, what did I say the last round was? And I know what I'm going to do for the last thing, because I've got a couple of tracks to test, but what did I say it was? The Austrian Grand Prix. Now, technically, it was the Austrian Grand Prix without the chicane in it, and I don't know if I have that version installed. What's it called again? It's the Österreich ring. I wonder if it's actually listed correctly here. Why have I still got the Lutzland ring here? Why have I still got that installed? Maybe I don't have it installed. I've got a 1986 version, but it's not. It's got the chicane at the top. I'm sure it was called something else on here. Am I having a brain fade? Don't know. I don't know what I was. I don't know why I don't have it installed, to be honest. Because that's a truck I ran. A truck? That's a track I ran quite often. So, we're gonna run that. Let's see what conditions did they run. The race was. It normally has what the weather was like. Doesn't actually have a race report. So Ronnie Peterson, what I think is, and I haven't kind of researched this enough, Ronnie Peterson did take over the March drive for a little while in 76. So even though she did the first round, Ronnie Peterson was probably there for the rest. And I think he moved to Lotus for 77. But unfortunately he couldn't show his potential. Right, so 142.25. I mean, to qualify, I've got to beat a 156.1. 156.01. But that looks like that was the qualifying session must be an absolute shit show if someone is like 10 seconds off the pace at the back. So Lella's time was a 142.2. Let's see if we can get close to it. Although we've got the chicane in it, so I don't think we're going to get close to it, are we? But I can't see a race report of what the weather was like, because I was going to set it as... I was talking the race would be cancelled. As of 2024, this remains the last World Championship race that Ferrari did not enter, and the last time an American licensed constructor won an F1 race. This would be the last occasion to date that a female driver would not only qualify but also finish a Grand Prix, with Lella Lombardi qualifying 24th and finishing 4 laps down in 12th place for Ram Racing. I'm going to have a look at that Wikipedia page. Because Ram did compete later on after that. Okay, so we're just going to do normal weather. My shoulder is slowly but surely seizing up. I have actually thought about getting it seen to by the doctor, but what are they going to do? Just prescribe some pain medication and just tell me to move it around? But it is giving me some hassle. So that's why I don't sim race as often. So apparently this is the BT44B, but I don't get it. It doesn't look like it at all. From the pictures that I've seen anyway. So I'm gonna have to do a bit more digging. But this is Lella's last Grand Prix on a track which technically isn't correct. Oh, there's something a bit weird going on with that van over there. See that? What's going on with that? Can you see that on screen? Oh, something I haven't done is put tiny bed on. Now, if you've been listening to what I've been playing music-wise, I have basically been playing all of the tunes with female lead singers, because it is International Women's Day. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, what's going on with that van? There's something wrong with it. It's a... I remember there being a version of this track without the chicane in it, but I don't know where I put it. So it's been quite fun today going back in time. As you probably realise, I do like going back in time. I love my historic racing. I think it's quite, I don't know what the word I'm trying to say is, that the fact that this was the last time a woman stepped into an F1 car to compete in this car and at this track. I wonder whether it can still give me a lap time, or will it actually say no because I cut the course? I normally run with track limits pretty much relaxed when I'm doing these tests. I think Lella did actually compete after 76 Grand Prix. Oopsie daisy. She did a lot of sports car racing. I don't know how old she was in 1976, but I'll have to look that up. The fact that she did compete in one of the most dangerous times in Formula One. But as with most things, it's normally about, so 148.6. What was I chasing? Was it 142? Pushing it a bit too much into that turn. Right, 2.6 up. Gonna do this corner in third gear this time. Oh no, I've gotten the throttle too early. Get it off the barrier. Actually, 148, that was with my off, wasn't it? So, 142 might be in this. Ooh. I'm up by 9 seconds, so I think we might be on for a 142 here. A 139.7. Alright, let's try one more lap. And see where this puts us. I was too busy looking at my split times. Right, we're gonna try and slow it down a bit more this time. There we go, get the nose in. Didn't hit the armco this time. Got to keep the nose in here. Get off camber. Get the nose in here as well. We're up by 0.9. This race in I think it was 1985, was on the closest finishes between. So it's 138.47. Closest finishes between Elio Di Angelis. That was his last win, I think, and Keke Rosberg. So close across the line. So what was it? 138.47. Let's see where that puts us on the grid. Where does that put us on the grid? Well, back then. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Right, so the Austrian Grand Prix. What was it? 138.47. That puts us in 20th place. Pole was a 135.02 by James Hunt. Now, because we've got like total times of finishing and things like that, I think it might be good to do like a simulated race in some respects. But it would mean I'd need to do 54 laps on my own, you know, at a track. So we got like the finishing time of John Watson, which was a 1 hour 30.07, and then you've got all the times all the way back. But I don't know what you would be able to do once it gets, you know, plus 1 lap. Not very interesting viewing though, is it? if it's me just going around in circles for 50 laps. So after if I come back to this screen, so come out of here. So what I kind of was going to do 2 extra tracks, but I don't think I will. My shoulder's not feeling too good. So in 1976, so Lella's last Formula 1 Grand Prix at the Österreichring, which was the 15th of August 1976. So in 1974, she raced at Lola Chevrolet and finished 14th in the 1975. So Lombardi later raced in sports cars. In 1979, she won the 6 Hours of Pagusa and the 6 Hours of Villelanga. She also competed in 4 times at the Le Mans, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, where she finished 20th. Actually, I can show the pictures now, can't I? There we go. Where she finished 20th in 1976 in a Lancia Stratos Turbo. Woo! So 1976. She was racing with Christine Decremont. I'm sure it's not pronounced like that. She was in the GTP class. She did 265 laps, 20th position, but finished second in class. Racing for the Acceptagil team? No idea. She then competed again in 77 with Inaltera, with Christine Beckers as her co-driver. And that was an Inaltera LM Ford Cosworth in the class whatever S 2.0, so that's S class plus 2. I don't know what that is, don't ask me. 279 laps, finished 11th position, 4th in class. And then her last race, according to this, is 1980. She competed with the Scuderia Torino course team. Her co-driver was Mark Thatcher, someone from the UK, whoever that is. And she competed in an Acela PA8 BMW. And she was in the S2 class. She did 157 laps. Unfortunately, she DNF'd. Or their team DNF'd, rather. So, she apparently did a race in NASCAR in 1977. So she competed in the Daytona Firecracker 400 in 1970. I don't know what the cars were like in 1977. Her last race, according to this, is 1984. She competed in 2 rounds of the DTM series in an Alfa Romeo Alfetta GTV6. Which looks quite funny on the thing. She took part in rounds 12 and 13 both at Hockenheim. So this was the 1980s version of Hockenheim, so I think it was Hockenheim with still flat out parts of it, but she finished 10th and 6th. And that's her entire career. So she was born in 1941. So when she took part in 1984, she was 42 years old, if I got the maths right. 1984. She was 43, give or take a year. Born in Italy, died the 3rd of March 1992 at the age of 50. Unfortunately died of breast cancer. So yeah, that was Lella Lombardi. Awesome. Pioneer. So, looking at this, so I've got that listed 74. Let's go back the other way. Let's see if I can find the one I'm looking for. I haven't got some of these in order, unfortunately. So that's the Formula 5000 car she ran in. So that was the Lola T330. I couldn't find a version of that to drive. Not sure what that is. That's the first team she ran in. That's 1974. Where is it? Right, so 1976. Now, apparently Getty Images says that's 1976 in Germany with the BT44B. So you see how different that is compared to the BT44B that I was running? So the airbox is completely different. So I don't know whether that was just for the Nürburgring. So that's what it was. That was what the BT44B was in that configuration. And that was the March 761 we were running in. That's in Interlagos. So there you go. Right. That's it for me for now. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to be doing tomorrow. I don't have any races scheduled because that's still got another week or so to go until we come back with the Porsche 935 Cup. I still have some broadcasting scheduled for April. We'll be doing some broadcasting and commentating on some Assetto Corsa races, which are in a 1970s GT car, I think, something like that. So that should be quite fun. I haven't done any Assetto Corsa broadcasting, so I'm going to have to get used to that. So yeah, but it's been fun, kind of going back into history and checking out what Lella ran, what cars she was driving, and what tracks. But I am quite sweaty. I need to get this headset off, and I need to go have something to eat. So, have a good rest of your evening. Happy International Women's Day, and I'll see you later.